the number. Well, good morning and welcome to the 2026 National Western Stock Show Cattle Dog Trial. We're a beautiful day in Denver. Unfortunately, a cold, beautiful day right now, although they've promised us that it's going to get warmer. Unfortunately, where we're sitting, we're in the shade of the building, so we're not even benefiting from all this nice warm sun. But we have 30 dogs to run in the open class today, and then we'll follow that with a nursery. We've got handlers here today from 11 states. We don't have any Canadians this time, and that's unfortunate.
Good morning. We are about to begin our stock dog open trials. First up is Becky Combmes with dog Kate. On deck is Jeff Meyers with Jean, and in the hole is Keith Gillian with PR Rue.
There you go. That's the announcement from the judging stand. Our judge today is Dottie Packard. And I guess we're ready to start. She's just called for her cattle. Ooh. It is chilly. Whoa, these cattle look like they're in a hurry. That's not exactly what we like to see. So the dog's off. The trial has started. She's got 8 minutes. She needs to bring these cattle around her in a clockwise direction, so to her left. There she goes. Now she's got her moving. Cattle are not wanting to cooperate right at the moment. Denver's a little bit intimidating for these cattle. We worked them 4 times prior to coming here. We haven't seen this behavior. There she goes. She's got him in the handler's box. Now when she drives them out past between the barrels, she'll score. Now she gets another score if she can keep them from going. Yep, not a problem. A score there. Now she's got to bring them back right where they started when they came out, across the arena to a barrel in the south. That's got to be the southeast corner. She's got to get them over to the side. The barrels should be viewed as a corner of a box. And in order to score, she's got to enter on one side of the box and exit on the other. For the obstacle she's working on now, she's got to enter on the side of the box nearest her and then go out on she enters right where she did and exits right where she did. So she scored on those. This one's fairly easy because all they got to do is go straight across, entered the box, and they've exited the box. Now the weave. I don't know how they're going to, wow, they're going to make this easy for her. She's got a feeling pretty good now. So they scored on that. She's got 2 obstacles left in this one obstacle. This is a 2 obstacle. She has to get them into this pen and gets points for scoring in the pen. Then she's got to get her dog to come around to the other side and push them back out. She's got them in. Now the dog's got to come down to this end. And ooh. And she's done. A perfect score. Well done, Becky Combmes and Kate. We've asked the handlers to help exhaust the cattle, and here they go. This was a fast-moving group. She could end up with a good score. All right, here we go. Jeff Meyers and his dog Jean. Both of these first two handlers. Jeff has got to stop his dog right at the moment. Am I okay? All right, Jeff and Jean are ready to go. Cattle are ready. As soon as he calls for them, they'll come out. I don't know that he's called for it. I guess he has. And here they come. What a difference between this group and the first group. That other group ran the whole way. This group stopped. Now they're running. Must be this cool weather. Whew. Jeff is flying. First two obstacles are finished. Whoops. Got a little bit of an issue now. He's got two head going backwards through the weave. The weave is not even an obstacle now, so it doesn't matter that they're in there. Actually just going to make it a little more difficult for him to get them where he wants them, which is in this corner over here, this southeast corner. And the cattle seem perfectly happy to sit in that corner. There he goes, got that done. Whoops. Pretty sure he didn't want to do that. This dog is just a little more energetic than Kate was for Becky, and it's sort of keeping the cattle stirred up. needs to calm Gene down a bit. Jeff comes to us from up near Steamboat, Colorado, Steamboat Springs. Now remember the barrels that he's trying to get around, that's a box, so he's got to bring him in on the left side. Now, you know, Becky's came out running. I think that Gene has sort of got these guys stimulated a bit. Now she's got him heading in the right direction. Just calm, Gene, calm. There you go. Now come by. So now he's into the box. Now he's out of the box, and I bet they go right through that weave since they've already been through once. And they do. Now Jeff can leave the handler's box at this point. He needs to get him into the biggest problem he's going to face is that these guys seem to be in a hurry, and they may want to run right through this obstacle, which they can't do because he's got to stop them, turn them around, and send them back out the way they come in. And he scores twice on this obstacle, once coming in and once going out. Probably tomorrow, if we leave this obstacle in, we'll put a sword in it. So some of them go one way and some of them go the other. There you go. He now has a score on the pin. All he's got to do is push him out, and we got 2 straight perfect scores. And there we go. Nice job, Jeff and Gene.
And if you want to, Bob gets fussy about it.
With a time of 5:25 and a score of 210 for a full score. Next up, we have Keith Gillian with PR Roo. On deck, Sarah Jo Gam with BJ Buddy. And in the hole, Jan Wagner with Sing. Good job, Becky, for the first run of a time of...
This thing, just wait. We'll get a rhythm here in a minute.
By the 4th one, yeah. Okay. Okay, reset.
Go.
All right, I got sidetracked there for a while. Something going on in the judging stand, but looks like Keith is on his way. Got to get him. Ooh. All right, the pros that are running this just told me I didn't have the mic close enough to my mouth, so now you get to hear me louder, I hope, or more clearly anyway. These cattle are really runny today. We haven't seen this. And as I say, we've worked most of these 4 times, and they tended not to run like this. It must be the cool weather. We have never, to be honest, they've never been worked in weather this cool. And of course, they've never been worked at Denver, and Denver is a little bit stressful, I think, for cattle. There goes Keith and P.R. through the weave. Now he's free to go. Uh-oh, the red one doesn't seem to want to go in the pen. Now, no matter where that red calf is, there's only one entrance to the pen, and that's on the far side. Can't bring him in this near side. There he goes. Now he's got him in, I think. Yep. I'll call the dog around, drive him out. And yet another full score. Nice job, Keith and P.R. Up next, we've got Sarah Jo Gomm and B.J. Bucky. Sarah Jo joins us from Washington State. Sarah Jo's called for her cattle, and here they come. Dog is off. They're in the box. They're out of the box and have scored. They scored on the second. Oh, not yet. Now they've scored on the second obstacle. Now she's got to turn them, take them diagonally across the entire arena, out to the first barrel. This is obvious. This has been, and I suspect will continue to be, the most difficult phase of this course. When we design these courses, especially on a multi-day trial like Denver, it's really important for us not to make the early run courses terribly, terribly difficult. We would like for obviously it needs dog work, and you're seeing dog work right now, but we'd like the courses to be doable so the cattle get used to doing them. Because they'll all run, many of them, some of them will run twice a day. All of them will run at least once every day. got interrupted there. Sarah Jo is flying around the course. This is likely to be the fastest time so far today. She's in the pen. She's out of the pen, and that's probably the fastest time of the day. I'm guessing she's our new leader.
Sarah Jo received a time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds with a full score of 2:10. Up next is Jan Wagner with Zing. On deck is Michelle Castelling with Lori, and in the hole is John Hullman with Ellie.
Okay, this is a person I know trialing. This is Jan Wagner and her dog Zing. Zing is a young dog. I don't know that she's ever trialed Zing. I think she may have trialed Zing before. She's not confident that Zing's going to do a great job. We'll see. Well, I'm surprised how well Zing is doing. I'm going to have to leave this mic unmanned for a while. I've got to go get a dog. I realize I run in two places. But next up, you'll see Leonard Morrow and his dog Lyle, followed by Cody Steinreer and his dog Jane. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Next up after Jan, you'll see Michelle Castelling, who actually will come over and take over this mic for a while, and her dog Lori, followed by John Hullman and Eli. And then I'm up with Spack. So I've got to go get Spack.
finishing out with 8 minutes and a score of 160 points. Next up, we have Michelle Castelling with Lori. On deck, we have John Hullman with Ellie. And in the hole is Bob Wagner with SPAC. with a time of 4:01 and 2:10. That completes that run. Next up, we have John Hullman with Ellie. On deck, Bob Wagner with Spack. And in the hole, Leonard Morrow with Lyle. Finishing that round off with a time of 5:17 and a full score of 2:10. That was John Hullman and Eli. Next up, we have Bob Wagner with SPAC. On deck, we have Leonard Morrow and Lyle, and in the hole, Cody Steinreer and Jane.
All right. Bob Wagner's up. He's going to call for his cattle. The time will start when all 3 cattle are out or when he sends his dog. So the first thing is all 3 cattle. He'll pick them up and he'll bring them around him. So once the cattle get closer, you'll be able to see that there are 3 barrels. The cattle must enter one side of between 2 barrels and then exit between the other 2 barrels. He is having a difficult time getting the 3 cattle to come to the corner. Where Bob is standing, they want to go behind Bob. He just can't get them to come up to this corner. All right, so they are entering the box. Now he wants to exit the box. And this counts as 1 obstacle. Going between the fence and these panels is considered another obstacle. Each head of the cattle will be worth 10 points. You only need to get 1 cattle through an obstacle to move on. Now he is completed with the 2nd obstacle. The 3rd obstacle is across the arena up in the other corner. Now they're headed up into the corner, and they want to be on the left side of the barrel, so they have to enter between the left side of the barrel and the fence. They must enter that way, and to get your points, they have to exit. So now Bob got all 30 points on that obstacle. The next obstacle is the other barrel. And once again, they do have to enter on the left side of the barrel. So he's entered the obstacle, and now he's exiting this obstacle, so he got all 30 points for that. And then on that far is a weave. All 3 cattle went through the weave. Now the handler can leave his post to help with the final obstacle. They must enter on the far side. And once they enter, all 3 of them will enter, and he'll get his pin points. Which all of them have entered, and now he must exit all 3 through the backside. So where they enter, they exit through the same.
That completes the run with a time of 3 minutes and 57 seconds and a full score of 210. Next up, we have Leonard Morrow with Lyle. On deck, we have Cody Steinreer with Jane, and in the hole, Kent Herbble with Dodge.
All right, next handler is coming up. And once again, once the cattle exit, all 3 cattle exit, or you send your dog, the time will start. The cattle are coming out and running over to that far corner. He's got to wait, and he's going to wait until all 3 cattle exit, and then he's going to, so the time has started, and he's going to send his dog. Today's been really nice. All the cattle seem to be staying together, which makes it easier for the dog to handle. So the first obstacle, he is entered backwards, so he's got to come back across the daylight line, which is the barrel right behind the handler into the fence. All cattle have to cross that line, which the red one did, which the other one's going out, has started the whole obstacle over. So now all he has to do is get them back around the barrel in the fence. You really want your dog to get calm with the cattle. You don't want them to bite them because they've just been blowing up. And then they run from the dog more than anything. But sometimes, as you can see, it is necessary for the dog to get in there and let the cattle know that they're there and it's time to move. This dog has been doing a really good job of not blowing the cattle up, making the cattle be too scared of the dog. And on the other hand, these cattle are just not respecting the dog. The handler has decided to step back a little bit, thinking that that might help the cattle to open up that area, not feel so threatened with the handler there, but it didn't seem to give any relief to this corner. No, that's unfortunate. Once again, the handler's going to try to move, let the cattle see that there is an opening. Now it's got them back together. Let's see if we can get them to move. Once again, the handler decided to step away from the opening. And everybody on this fence line is trying to be as quiet as possible to get the cattle to come up this way. And it doesn't even seem, the cows aren't even bothered by anybody. They just do not want to move. Yeah, that dog got a nice heel bite on it. And they just do not want to go on the other side of that barrel. And the handler's going to try stepping up a little bit. See if he can get the cattle to push off that spot that they've been just settling at. The course is an 8-minute course. I'm not sure if you guys can see the dog where it's at, but it is just trying to one little step at a time just to get up on the cows. Well, you guys can see the dog is just really trying not to get, so that the dog is trying to avoid doing something like that where the cows just split up. And the handler's going to call it. He can't get these cows to move, and his dog's doing everything that the dog can do, so he's just going to call it.
That was Leonard Morrow and Lyle. Next up, we have Cody Steinreer with Jane. On deck, we have Kent Herbble with Dodge. And in the hole, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi.
All right, next up, this dog has been waiting very patiently right outside the fence since this has started. And if you, I wish I had watched this dog. Every time the cows went out, he kept staring at his handler like, it's our turn. And now it's his turn, so we'll see what he can accomplish. Two came out. We're waiting on that one, so he's just going to wait till send his dog. They're all going to, he's going to let them gather up here in the center, and he's going to move forward with them. So the first obstacle is right in between the camera and that barrel would be the first obstacle. And I know you guys can't see the camera, but you're basically standing where from you to that barrel in between is the first obstacle. And this little guy is going to get started off by letting them know who's in charge, which sometimes is a good thing, and other times it kind of just gets these cows worked up. But he got them moving, and that's a plus. So now what he has to do, since he got him in this box, he has to get him back out of the box. Once again, they have to enter between the camera and that barrel. So basically from where you're looking at to that barrel where the handler is standing, they have to get him into. And the handler cannot exit this little square that we have here. So he has to stay within that square. I know you guys cannot hear the handler, but this little guy here is really listening to his handler. His handler has him walk up, and then his handler has him back off, and he seems to be getting backed off pretty well. Now the judge will let you know, you get warning, so if you step outside the box, your dog's getting a little rough with the cattle, you do get a warning from the judge. So right now this handler, and we get all caught up in the moment and forget where our lines are, and this handler just got a warning about stepping over the line. And the judge is really good about, you know, understanding that we do get caught up in the moment. So there's about 3 warnings before she'll deduct some time off of you. Now, entered the first obstacle. Now that I have to do is exit this obstacle. So just have to go between where the handler is to that other barrel. Entering the second obstacle, which is between the panels and the fence. Very smooth run. And I just got to get him over into the far corner. And letting everybody settle down and get back together before he sends his dog back in. And this little dog here is a little feisty. He likes to really get in there, which is kind of causing a problem with the cattle because they're not really sure where to go once the dog does that. There we are. Now the dog's playing off a little bit. And handler's understanding that this dog might be a little too into the cattle, so he keeps making sure that he stays off of the cattle. So they went through the third obstacle. Now to the fourth obstacle, they have to enter between the barrel and the fence. So he's got to go back and do the fourth obstacle. All right, they're going in the right. Now they've already done that, so he's just trying to get them onto the left side of the obstacle. Sorry, left side of that barrel. That's where you enter and then exit on the other side. He's just trying to get his dog to walk up just a little bit. He doesn't want him rushing in, kind of spooking him. So he's just trying to get him just to walk in just a little bit. And now the dog's a little confused. He's not understanding. There he goes. Now he's walking up on him. All right, so they're going to all right, so he's entered the obstacle backwards. So now what he has to do is he has to cross the line. He has to daylight all of them that he wants to score with. Now he's just got to turn the cows around and go back over the line because he has cleared the line. So now he has to do is turn the cattle around and have them go back to the corner. And what he can do is he can take 1 cow, 2 cows, or 3 cows. It just as long as he gets 1 cow entering the obstacle and exiting the obstacle, he can move on. And unfortunately, this dog, if you've ever trialed a dog before, sometimes the dogs get tired, overwhelmed, and they just tune you out. And this dog is just not taking direction from the handler right now. So that's why he keeps calling the dog back to him, getting the mind of the dog broke so that he can start him over. So he calls him back to him, getting the dog's mind broke, starting out fresh, and then sends the dog again. And there was no connection between the dog and the cow. The cow just tried to make a sharp turn and slid. And we are time. It is in 8 minutes, and within
With a time of 8 minutes and a score of 90, that completes this round. Next up, we have Kent Herbble with Dodge. On deck, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi. And in the hole, we have Heather Mitz with Kate.
all right, next handler's coming. This is Kent with Dodge. And they recently just got back from Las Vegas. That was their last trial that they went to. It was with sheep, so we'll see how we could do with some cattle here in Denver at the stock show. Starting out really strong, pushing them. All right, so they have to go in between the camera in that barrel. So they just entered the first obstacle, and they have to exit this. There, got the 30 points for there. The second obstacle is going really smooth. Everybody's staying calm. Well, we want to get them into this far corner. So entering the box, and then they exit, and the next obstacle is the same shape. So they have to enter the box in the far corner. We haven't had a handler use whistles. The last few handlers have just been the voice, and this handler is supposed to use some whistle. The dog is really tuned into it. Now the other obstacle, and you guys barely see it over there, but it is a weave. So you got to get him in on the far left-hand side into the weave. But this one cow blew past it, and now the dog and the cow are going to have a race to this corner. So you got to get them all gathered back up and back over to the weave. Each head of a cattle is worth 30 points, and you only have to get one cattle through to move on to the next obstacle. We've had a lot of good runs so far, and a lot of them that has gotten full scores. So at this point in the game, you just want to make sure that you get all 3 cattle through all the obstacles. So just, unless you and the cattle and the dog aren't getting along, then you just take what you can and move on. But as of right now, we've got a lot of good runs, so getting your scores and moving on is all of your points is what you want if you want to get in the top. So he's just trying to get them on that fence line so he can get them through this obstacle. So he's just trying to get them pushed up on the fence line so that they can see that hole and go through, which they have seen that hole, and they are now going through the weave. So the handler can leave his post once the last cow has exited this obstacle. So he can leave the post and go help his dog with this next obstacle. So they have to enter through the far side, pin them, so all of them have to be inside, and then once they get inside, he just has to exit them the same way that they came in. So as soon as he gets them in, so he got them all in, and then now he just has to get them all back out. And time, a very nice clean run. Had a little bit of problems, but he got his dog all back gathered up and got through everybody.
That completes this round with a time of 4:28 and a full score of 210 points. Next up, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi. On deck, we have Heather Mates with Kate. And in the hole, we have Tim Nays with Mo. Next up, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi.
We're holding off for an announcement that is coming from the Denver Stock Show. The Denver Stock Show would like to make an announcement. We're holding off until they make their announcement.
Beginning here shortly in about 10 minutes in the Stockyards Event Center in the Wagner Equipment Auction Arena. We will be providing Stockmen in the Stockyards some great cattlemen's education seminars. We invite you all to join us in the Bruce Wagner Auction Equipment Arena for Stockmen in the Stockyards Cattlemen's Education.
All right, a little bit of small break. The cattle is settled down. So Hellner's going to get everything in position, and then he is going to wave to push the cows through. If you're just joining us, it is still cold in Denver, but if you stand in the sun, it's nice and warm, a little bit warmer than the shade that they have us sitting in, but we're surviving. So he sends for the cattle. 3 cows come through. It's an 8-minute course. The first obstacle is up here in the corner. We've had some really good runs. Now the cows have to come. So this lead cow right here is going the right direction. So they're inside this box, and now they have to exit the box And that's the first obstacle. The second obstacle is between the fence and the panels there. So very smooth run so far. Cows are working really nice off the dog. Third obstacle is up here in the far corner. Some handlers have been taking the approach of just letting the cows go into the center. The other handlers are taking the approach of pushing up against this fence here and then going down the fence line. Not one has been better than the other. It kind of just depends on how strong your dog is and the capability of your dog. So we've entered the third obstacle and exited. So we've got our points, all 30 points for that one. And the fourth obstacle is the same little box. And they entered and they have exited. On that far wall is a weave. So once they enter this weave, and then they come out, the handler can leave the post to go, or the little box to go help their dog. All three cattle have to enter this obstacle here, or how many cows you want to take for this obstacle. You can just have one go in, or you can have all three, just depends on how many points you want. So all of them have to, or the ones you want, enter, and that is 30 points, and then they turn around and they have to exit. And so far this I don't have the time, but this has been a very, very clean run and seems to be one of the faster runs. So he did a very nice job showing you guys how this should work.
Finishing this round with a time of 2:37 and a full score of 2:10. Moving on, we have Heather Metz with Kate. On deck, we have Tim Naws with Mo, and in the hole, we have Jeff Mandorf with Mick.
So she's waved for her cows. The gate's going to open. Time has started. All three cows exited. The dog doesn't even have to go too far. You just perfect stop right there. And that's some of the handlers, like I said, have been pushing them up against this fence and just having them walk down the fence line. And the first obstacle and is exited, and now they're heading to the right. Oh, they're going to miss it. So they have to go in between the fence and the panels. So you guys can see the yellow caution tape, so they have to enter on one of the first caution tape. So that is the line that they have to go across to enter this obstacle, and then they have to exit. And the dog over flanked and turned the cows around and back to where they want to come. So she's got to gather them all up and face them into that far corner. And that one red cow is looking, that's the way he wants to go. So if they Red cow keeps looking in the right direction, so there we are. Now we've got them facing the right direction, so they just want to trot on the fence line and enter this corner. Now they're going to there we are. Now they have exited that. She wants to keep them on that fence line because that corner, that other barrel is the other obstacle. Same scenario as the one they just came out of. The cows are walking really nice, so she doesn't want to get her dog in there and confuse the cow, so she just keeps walking the dog up and lying it down. She just wants to go slow and steady right now since the cows are doing pretty well right now. Just like that. That's not what she wanted to happen. She just... And then cows are going to miss the weave. She did get 2 cows to go into the weave, so now that third cow went in the wrong direction, so she has to exit all of them back out. And then she has to, now they're all clean so that she can start over this obstacle. So now if they all just follow that cow, that'd be, there they are. Now they're going. She got her 30 points for that. She still is in good time. And all the handlers seem to be helping their dog on this side. And the dog's gonna catch the cow so they don't pass that. Oh no. That's something you don't want to do. Now what she can do, she's still got a lot of time to play with, but what she can do is she could have stopped that red cow and took the 10 points for that and then got that cow out and got another 10 points. But she has decided, because she knows she's got plenty of time, that she's just going to start it all over. So she's going to bring the cows back. She went to the other side to help her dog on that side. So the cow went in on the wrong side, so now she has to push him all the way back out and start over. Letting everything settle again. Now it might look like she's just going to take these 2 cows and get them in. She currently just asked for her time, so she can, the handler can ask the judge for time or if they're clear. And it's an 8-minute course and she is on 6 minutes, so she is going to hold those 2 cows in there and see if she can get this 1 cow to go in, knowing that she still has 2 minutes to go. Now if that cow turns out and goes back out that way, the red one, if he keeps going forward, she still just needs to turn him back in and come back. Just like that. So she's got all of them in. The red one, I think, needs to come a little bit further. The judge is going to tell her. Yep, the judge cleared it. And she did get them all in. And some time to spare.
That completes this run with a time of 6 minutes and 40 seconds and a score of 210 points. Moving on, we have Tim Naws with Mo. On deck, we have Jeff Mandorf with Mick. And in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Swoop.
Tim calls for his cattle. Most of the handlers have been standing at that barrel. All they have to do, the handler's post is in this box. So they just have to stay in their corner. They can stand anywhere they want as long as they stay in that box. Tim sends his dog, Mo, and Mo's having, it's kind of blocking him. He didn't really take the flank. He keeps pushing him back in the corner. Now he's got him. He just wanted to gather them all up, and then they can move. So they're headed in the right direction. They've entered the first obstacle in this little box, and now they have to do is exit this obstacle. Smooth little trot through the second obstacle. Okay, this dog seems to be over flanking quite a bit, and it's been getting the cattle blocked so they can't just make a nice walk. And the handler keeps walking the dog up and laying the dog down and walking the dog up. This dog has a lot of presence on these cattle, so he's just making sure that this dog can keep his distance, not getting in there and biting them and blowing them up. So it's a little bite, seemed not to do too much damage to the cattle. And when I say that, the last couple of rounds before this one, the dog just kept getting in and on the cattle, and the cattle just split. So all three cows were going different directions. So the handler is really keeping a hold on these cows because he knows that his dog's got a lot of presence, and this dog can do that to these cattle. So he's Really keeping a hold on the cows. And it looks like he's got a nice hold and the dog's listening, and these cows are going to keep moving. And he overflanked again, so now he can stop the cattle. Now he's got a nice walk on him. And they're going to do a nice walk right through this weave obstacle. And once they get through the weave obstacle, then the handler can move and go help. We've all been there. We just sometimes have, the best is just to lay the dogs down and let the cattle just nicely walk into obstacles, nicely walk into. Don't disturb him too much. So now this dog is gotten, there now he's trying to get through him so he can just walk up and kick him out. And then they have to enter that far side and exit that far side. So he's just going to keep his dog inside the pen, slowly walk up, get him to walk out. No blowing up, no coming up. And we exit. Very nice. Had some few problems, but the handler gathered everything back up, got the dog and then cattle to get along, and he made it through the obstacle within good time.
That concludes this round with a time of 4 minutes and 32 seconds and a total score of 210 points. Moving on, we now have Jeff Mandorf with Mick. We have Bob Wagner with Swoop on deck and Becky Combmes with Sadie in the hole.
Cows are walking out really nice and slow. They open up the gate. No runners yet. That's a good sign. He sends his dog, so the time will start even though the last cow was not out. He went ahead and sent his dog. So the time did start when he sent his dog. This dog has got some speed on him. So what he's going to do is he's going to push the cows to this fence line, get them on this fence, and then walk them down the fence. I'm not sure if that was his plan, but that's how this turned out. Now this one cow is in the box, but he did come in on the wrong side. So it looks like he's going to gather all the cows back up and push them back out of the box. So they all have to come out of this box and enter between the camera and this for the barrel sitting right in front. So right there, now he's daylighted all of them, so it's clean. Now he just has to turn the cows around and go back between the camera and the barrel where the handler is standing. And there we go. Now we got him in the first obstacle. Now they're doing a nice little trot. So through the second obstacle. Once again, sometimes when those cattle are running in that direction to the obstacle, we like to back our dogs off or lie them down just to take some pressure off and let the cows make a nice smooth run. So now we're getting ready to go to this far corner. It doesn't matter how you get to that far corner, they just have to enter on the left-hand side of this barrel. So not the barrel that they're currently at right now, but the other one, closest barrel to us. Well, that cow has to come over the line, so he's got to start over. So there he goes. Okay, now he's in the clean. So he's just going to turn his cattle around and head back through. There he goes. Now he's got him, so he's going to push him into this corner. Nice exit on that. So he's just got through that obstacle. Now the other one is the exact same. It's the same box. So he just has to enter where they're at now and then exit between the barrel and the fence line. There he goes. Now they're trotting a nice trot in between, or I'm sorry, nice trot through the weave. So now the handler can leave his post. So it looks like what they're going to do is they're going to walk right in. I say that, so hopefully I don't jinx them. Looks like they're just going to walk right into this obstacle here. And when you just walk them in, it does look like 2 of them went in. So he just got to get this cow out. Nope. So he needs to get the... Oh, he didn't want the dog to get those cows out. Those cows could have sat in there and he could have went and got the 3rd one and got them out. So he's just going to start over, gather all 3 cows together, and he's going to put them in the pen. And once they're in the pen, then he gets his pin points. And then they have to exit the same way they enter. So he did a good job getting those 2 entered. There he goes. Now he doesn't, oh, now they exited. So now he has to start over with them because they wanted to enter, hold them in that, and then exit the same way they entered. They call his dog to him, get everybody to start over, everybody to calm down. He still has plenty of time. Take a regroup out of it. There you are now. So he's just going to walk them all in. They know where to go now. So once they get in, everybody settles. And he just has to turn them around and take them out the same way. Very nice job. So she's going to go all of them out, and then she's going to turn them and then just push them right back through. Sounds easy enough, I know. And she did it. Easy enough. She made it. So now Becky can leave this post and walk up and help her dog. So they have to enter this hole right here, which looks like it's going to go very smooth and very nice. Just got to push them up just a little bit more. There we are. She's just got to hold them. They're all in. She's got to turn them around and put them back through where they came. And very nice. Nice run.
Completing this round with a score of 210 points and a time of 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Next up, we have Keith Gillian with Rockin' G Angus. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gam with Carrie. And in the hole, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Quinn.
Calls for his cattle. Weather's starting to pick up. Day's starting to go on. So more and more people are walking through and stopping and watching the dogs. These 3 cattle kind of have a little bit of a trot as well. Dog gets him stopped. This handler's going to stand in the far corner. Majority of the handlers have been standing right here at this barrel, but this handler's going to back up to the far corner. This handler also had a run earlier, so he's kind of got a little more feel for everything, a little more feel for the obstacles at hand. Every cattle, of course, are different, but it did work out for him by stepping clear into the corner. The cows came up nice and smooth, no hesitation. And again, there's another dog. This is another dog that's got a lot of presence into it. Doesn't have to be too close to the cows before they realize that, yep, this dog does mean business and we are going to move. So he's been trying to call his dog off just a little bit because he knows this about his dog. So he's been having his dog kind of stand off a little bit. And nice clean trot. So if you can get this modem keep going through this obstacle and the next, he's got some excellent time going. You got the first cow through this obstacle. They're going to do one by one, which is just fine. There they are. Now they're all through this obstacle. So what he's in, now he can leave and go help his dog. Very nice on the dog's part. He stopped them from wanting to blow past this pin right here. Very nice. He's got his dog to play off. Very good. And you can't hear the handler, but if you would have, he told his dog to stay there. Do not move. They are going to go in nice and slow. So very nice. This handler sure understands his dog and knows how to work it.
That completes this round with a time of 2 minutes and 48 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Next, we have Sarah Jo Gam with Carrie. On deck, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Quinn. And in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Slink.
We are on dog number 18, and there's 30 dogs in this, so we are past the halfway mark. Right after this class is the nursery. Let me see how many we have in this. The nursery class is 13, so we're on dog number 18 now out of 30. So we are making it a very nice time. Everybody is ready when their time is up, and everybody's making it through this course fast and speedy. Now, Sarah has ran a dog before, and she did very well with her first dog. So let's see how she can do with her second dog here. And the cow comes out, and then they are excited to be out. The good news is they are running towards this corner, so all the dog has to do is just stop them. There we are. She did a nice job. That dog did a very good job of just stopping the cows, getting everybody together. First obstacles. Oh, yep, there we go. Dog got really excited about that, but made it through the first obstacle into the second. A little bit of an overflank on that, so cows went right back to where they were. So this dog is going to be in the nursery class as well. I was just going to say, this dog, the way it's acting, seems to be a little young. Listening to the handler, really nice, but is really, really excited. So I was wondering the age of this dog, and it is a younger dog, so it will be running in the nursery class as well. And it is doing a very nice job for being a young dog in this very large atmosphere, a lot going on around it. The dog is listening to the handler. This dog is definitely not scared of getting in there. Getting a little respect from the cattle. Not biting and holding on, just a little bit of a nip if it needs to, and backing off. Seems to be working because the cows are now feeding off of the dog, respecting the dog a little bit. And this cow is really wanting the head for this corner, that far corner. And that dog did a nice job at stopping it. Handler did a nice job of guiding it. So now we are through this obstacle and into the very last one that they did a very nice run at. The handler is going to go stop. think you can hear the handler. She's not talking very loud, but she's letting that dog know just to stay off. This is the time you really don't want any. You definitely do not want your dog to get these cattle riled up. You just want to stay calm. Everybody just walk nice and smooth. Because trying to start this obstacle over is really hard. Cows get worked up and then they just don't want to work together. Just work is stay in 3 just like that. Dog got a little tight in there. Get everybody separated. She laid the dog down. The dog is over flanking, so the cattle are just confused on if it should go in or should come out. So and the handler has to stay on this end because she does not want them to walk through the obstacle. She wants to stop them like she just did, bring the dog back around, and have them pushed back out. So you want to help your dog as much as possible, but you have a job on this one as well, so you can't go too far. Very nice run.
Concludes this round with a time of 4 minutes and 40 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. We will be taking a brief 5-minute break. After the conclusion of that break, we will continue with Dwayne Hurlman with Quinn, on deck Bob Wagner with Slink, and in the hole, Cappy Puit with Reba.
We'd like to certainly thank all of you who are watching us today. We'll be back in business here in about 4 minutes. But I want you to know that the handlers are around. They're friendly. They'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, explain to you what's happening. Right now, this course is a fairly straightforward course. The cattle are set out in that southwest corner. The handler has to bring the cattle around the barrel that the handler's near, and then around that obstacle, and then back across the arena to the obstacle here in the southeast corner, cross around the other barrel, and then into that weave obstacle. And then the last obstacle is actually 2 obstacles. You have to bring them in to score, and then you stop them, turn them around, and push them out for a second score, and that's when your time ends. We're giving them 8 minutes. Most of the dogs have been able to do this in under 5. So it's a pretty good course for the cattle. We don't like to make our cattle all stressed out on day 1, so we want a course that does what we call flowing. And I think this course is flowing really well. So again, we thank you all for coming, and we'll be back in business here in just a couple minutes.
Alrighty, folks, we are getting back into the swing of things.
All right, this run is going really smooth. The dog is getting in there with the cattle, but recovers very nicely. So that if you notice, the dog is getting in there and doing a little bit of heel bite and then backs off real quick so the dogs have a time to adjust. Where some of these dogs were getting in there and biting and just staying in there, and the cows were getting confused. Where this dog is really just getting in there, letting them know the cows they need to move a little bit faster or move that direction, and then the dog has been backing off. So now this handler can go up here and help his dog. And to be honest with you, I don't think this dog needs much help. It has been doing a really nice job of controlling the cattle. So this handler gets in there. Very nice run. I don't have the times in front of me, but I would definitely say
That completes
top
this
five.
round with a time of 2 minutes and 11 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Next up, we have Bob Wagner with Slink. On deck, we have Cappy Puit with Reba. And in the hole, we have Kent Herbble with Lexi.
Bob Wagner is one of 4 that have put this trial on. So if you see him this weekend or in the future, let him know that we appreciate it and thank him for this. There's a lot to go into a trial, and the last one that is this large. 3 cows come out. One is just trotting away. Realizes there's a dog there, so he's going to get out of the way real fast. So far, that's exactly how you want to get from the set out to through the first obstacle. None of the second. Everybody is just trotting really nice along. Dog's got that panel in its way, so he's kind of got a little confused on how he should handle that, but he got it figured out. First obstacle. Now this cow went on the wrong side of the barrel, so Bob just has to get him to turn and go the right way. The judge is going to let that clear. This one cow just does not want to stay with the others. He's not fighting to go too far away, but he just likes to be a little by himself. So it's been a nice run. There's been a few little mess up with the cows, but they've slowed down, got everything back together, just like they're going to do now, and get everybody back together and back into the obstacle it needs to be on. Now we're at the right end where we want to enter. And this cow is testing the dog, and the dog has chosen just to ignore the cow, let him just stare at him, and he's going to go get the other ones, and it's working out in his favor. He entered the obstacle like he should, and all Bob has to do is stop him from exiting. He turns him around and gets him going out. And that was a very nice run. Like I said, sometimes during the course you can have some little bit of mess up between the cows, the dogs, and the handlers, but slow it down, bring it all together, and you can make it
That
through.
concludes this round. Bob Wagner and Slink had a total score of 2 minutes and 53 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Next up, we have Cappy Puit with Reba. On deck, we have Kent Herbble with XP Lexi. And in the hole, we have Jeff Mandorf with Fergie.
Cappy is another one, so he is another one that's on the board that helps put this all together. So if you see him this weekend or any other time, please let them know that we appreciate all their hard work that they do. So Cappy and Reba are going to run. He's done very well with this dog in the past. It does look like that there is sun in all of the arena, so warming up the arena. And these cows are going to come out a little excited and happy. Reba stops them, lets them know that the direction they need to go. Once the weather's warming up, these cows are getting a little excited when they come out. I've started to notice that the temperature's going up and these cows are excited. You just have to come on this side of the barrel just like they are, nice and calm. Cappy's going to step back so that the cows can go in between him and the barrel. The dog flanked a little too much, stopping the cows from going down that alleyway right there. Just got to bring the dog back. Start it over. We have 8 more dogs in this class, and then we will start the nursery. This course here for the last 8 dogs, or for the open class, it's been an 8-minute runs. These handlers are getting them done a lot faster than that, but you get in 8 minutes to do the course. It's 10 points per cow that go through. All you have to do is just have one cow go through an obstacle and you can move on. But we've had a lot of dogs finish this obstacle within 4 minutes or less. So you want to make sure that you take your time, get all cattle through your obstacles. If you want to be in the top, definitely need all of them to go through. But if you're just having a rough time and you just can't get them through, all you need is one cow to go through an obstacle and you can move on. Cappy and Reba just had a little problem with that cow wanting to stay with the group. Between the two of them, they got it. The cow turned around and back with the group, and now they're flowing again. Right through this weave. Now Cappy's going to leave his box and he can go help the cattle. These cattle have been really nice, respecting the handler, respecting the dog. Everybody has their side. They pick. The cows are going to walk right in. They want to exit the same way they entered. And that is a time. He did a very nice job.
That concludes this round with Cappy Puit and Reba for a score of 210 points and a time of 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Next up, we have Kent Herbble with XP Lexi. On deck, we have Jeff Mandorf with Fergie. And in the hole, we have Leonard Morrow with Gus.
This is Kent's second dog. He had a nice run with his first dog at Dodge, and now he's going to run XP Lexi. And waves for his cattle. Let's see if the warm weather gets them excited when they come out. These guys are just gonna, oh, there they are. They realize they're free. They got warmed up and now they're free. And this dog did a nice job of just stopping them, redirecting them the right direction. Handler is stepping back out of the corner or into the corner so that these cows know that it's free just to come in. A nice exit. This dog is playing off. Got a lot of presence, so the dog doesn't need to be right up in there. You're just keeping a nice steady walk. And it's been kind of 50-50 on whistling control and just the voice control. So some of these handlers have had the whistles out and some of the handlers have just had the voice out. So it's been nice to be able to have everybody see the difference and how you can communicate with your dog. It's been a nice crowd, especially since it's been warming up. So the crowd's been really nice coming out. These cows are really liking this weave. They just know once they see that opening, they are going through, and it's been really nice for the dogs and the handlers to have one less obstacle to really worry about. Slow and steady is definitely going to win this race here. The dog's getting pretty excited. He's not sure exactly what's going on, but he's excited. He got the job done. That is a very good team to watch. Very nice.
That completes Kent Herbble and XP Lexi's run with a time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Jeff Mandorf with Fergie. On deck, we have Leonard Morrow with Gus. And in the hole, we have Tim Naws with Harvey.
All right, coming up is Jeff and his second dog. You can tell when these handlers send their dogs, they're having them just go not even halfway but to get these cows to stop. They don't, these cows are coming straight to this corner here. Or I'm sorry, they can't come into this end of the arena really nice and fast. They just need the dogs to stop, redirect them so that they come over here to this corner. And stopped, regrouped everybody. We got one cow that wants to stay with everybody, but hasn't really made up his mind. And this dog is doing a nice job of not getting anybody worked off, just playing off to the side, keeping his distance. The handler's trying to coast him up there and to get a little bit more in there because this cow just doesn't want to play nice today. Weather started warming up. He's got other ideas to do today. The dog won that little play battle, I guess is what you would want to call it. And now he's got everybody back together, and we're going to try to get him over into that corner. I guess it's not over. This cow does still want some more. And sometimes it's just you get the luck of the draw and you end up sometimes with a bad cow, but this dog is doing a great job of keeping everybody back together. Now if you can just get him to move. There he is. And if you're just joining us, we have 6 more dogs in the open, and then we will be finished with the open. It's an 8-minute course with 7 obstacles. Currently right now we are working on the 3rd obstacle. There's 3 obstacles in this one that are lightly identical. So this obstacle has 3 squares. You have to enter on one between the fence and the barrel, and then exit on the other side. Unfortunately, the cow went on the wrong side of the barrel, so this dog has to get him to turn around and go back through. Now, if you are having a difficult cow or your dog isn't just working with you correctly, which this dog is working amazing for what cattle he has drawn. He's staying with it, he's staying calm. And if they decide that they want to leave one cow behind, they are more than welcome to do that. You just need one cow to go through the obstacle. Once again, the dog got everybody back together, moving everybody in through the obstacle. Very nice catch on that. That one was a good one. So now the handler can leave the post and go help with this final obstacle. Now this obstacle is actually 2 obstacles in one. So the first obstacle is getting them into this pin and holding them, and it's called the pin point. So once you get them into this pin and hold them, that's where 30 points, or how many cows you want to get in. Once again, if you only want to get 1 or 2, you're more than welcome to do that. And then you just turn around, have the cows turn around, and or the dog have the cows turn around and have them go back through the same hole they came through. So all these 3 cows are going to come into this hole here. They're going to hold him, so he got his pin points, and now the dog needs to bring the cows back out. And very nice. He got all of his points on that one.
And that completes Jeff Mandorf and Fergie's run with a score of 210 points and a time of 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Up next, we have Leonard Morrow with Gus. On deck, we have Tim Naws with Harvey. And in the hole, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Dig. Pardon me, JC Digger.
All right, he is back in the arena with his second dog. We're waiting for the cows. And they're coming out excited. No. Okay, I saw that dog on the corner and was like, yeah, we're not going that direction. So the dog got what he wanted. He got him to stop from running straight to the opposite corner he wanted him to. Walking through the first obstacle, very nice. The handler just kind of sneaks out of the way so he doesn't spook the cattle. And in this corner, I've also noticed that if the handler talks nice and quiet to the dog, then the cattle are more than willing to come into this corner. And this dog is just excited to go. This dog must have warmed up too. The weather got to him, so he's pretty warmed up and ready. I'm just cruising along here. These cows are taking the dog's flanks very nice. I mean, this dog's giving some good listening to the handler's flanks, taking them, not over flanking. It's been very, very nice. He just cruised through that. Now he can leave the little box. He had to wait for that last cow to get through, and that dog just stopped those cows like he should have. This dog is just doing a nice job. I'm going to have this red cow kind of make a fuss, but nothing it doesn't seem like they can do here. Oh, now they got to get, everybody came out, which is just fine. He's just going to have to start over. And that's unfortunate because he had one of the fastest runs getting through the obstacles. It just, everybody got really excited about getting there that fast and getting it done. It does happen. So when the handler started to get excited, then the dog got excited, and then the cow got excited and didn't want to go in. So a lot of excitement out there kind of messed that red cow up. Which happens a lot when you get good runs going on. Now you're just going to regroup everything. Make some nice stops just like he did. There he goes. Now he got him. All right, now he's got his pins. He just needs to walk up and get him out of there. And these cows don't want to be next to this dog, so it works just smooth. Very nice run.
That completes Leonard Morrow's and Gus's run with a time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Tim Naws with Harvey. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Digger. And in the hole, we have Jan Wagner with Zenny.
All right, the last few handlers that we have, this will be their second or their third run with their dogs, or with same handler, different dogs. So this one here is his second run, second dog. Now he's got them in the box, but he has to exit them out of this box and then try it back in by going in between what I'm calling it is the camera, so where we're sitting towards the barrel, right where the handler is standing right now. So he's just got to turn him, have him come back into the corner where the cows have not had a problem doing that. Once they get in this corner, they know this is where they want. Second obstacle. Very nicely done, a nice trot. Headed towards the corner. The cows are really liking this corner right here. Very nice done by the dog, keeping the cows going in the direction that they want them to head, blocking them from this corner. Nicely done. They're trotting. He just wants to make sure that these cows stay on that fence line so that they see that opening of the weave, which they do. Looks as if one cow's going to go through. 2 and 3. Now the handler can leave his post to go help, as long as that last cow went through. The handler did a nice job by downing his dog. Sometimes that's best. Just down your dog, let the cows either settle or just walk through an obstacle by themselves. The dog came in when he needed to, so now he's got his pinpoints, brings the dog in, turns the cows around for something that looked like a fight with the first cow. Turned out to a nice run in the end.
That completes Tim Naws and Harvey's run with a time of 2 minutes and 48 seconds and a score of 210 points. Up next, we have Sarah Jo Gom with JC Digger. On deck, we have Jan Wagner with Zenny, and in the hole, we have Jeff Meyers with Tate.
Sarah's, this is her 3rd dog. We have 4 more left to go in the open. They're in 8-minute courses. 3 cattle come out. They do a little bit of running, but Sarah stopped them before they had the chance to even think about going off to that far corner. He wants to enter this box. Sarah stepped back so that the cows can come through. Some of the handlers have been standing at that barrel there, and some of them have been stepping back. Once again, it's all about knowing what your dog can do and reading your cattle. So now Sarah has to turn them back around and go back through. Now one cow went the wrong direction, actually went into the pen, and we don't want that. We just want them to go in between the tarp, the black tarp, and that panel there. And you can see the yellow caution tape, so they want to. There we are now. We've got them going the right direction. Both of Sarah's previous runs have been very nice, so now this dog is making a nice run as well. We just got this one cow that wants to see how strong this dog is, and this dog is definitely not giving down, so. Sometimes these handlers, when these dogs start heading back to the handler, it's because these handlers want them to break the concentration that they're in. So these dogs sometimes get locked in and wanting to fight with a cow, or locked in and tone out the handler. So the handler sometimes has to get these dogs' minds broke, reset everything, and start over again. And so sometimes when you see these dogs look up at the handler or look back at the handler, it's just because the handler wants them to reset everything. Just forget what you were doing. Let's start over. Sarah's trying to help get these cows out of the corner. So between the dog and the handler, they got moving again in the right direction. They're moving on to the 3rd obstacle. 3 of these obstacles are exactly the same. There are boxes in the corner, so you just enter on one side and exit on the other. And you would once think that it would be really easy just to keep them on the fence line, but sometimes they don't want to stay on the fence line. Sometimes they still have that mind where they just want to come back to this corner, which these cows just want to come back to this corner. Now this cow has got to figure out how to exit this. There we go. There's I say the dog got a little confused on which one she wanted him to go to, but she did get in there. Got him out. Sarah's doing what she can to help her dog out because her dog has been working really hard on getting these guys to go the right direction. So Sarah stepped in there and really helped. As long as Sarah doesn't step out of that box or at this point in time, she can help her dog at anything as long as she stays within that box. We got headed up in the right direction, so we're on the third obstacle. The red cow is asking the crowd how things are going, checking things out. There is a gap, and you can see that yellow caution tape. So there is a gap where the crowd can step up to the caution tape, and it's pretty far so that the crowd doesn't get in the way between the dog trying to do its work and the cow's deciding where it wants to go. So and this crowd has been really nice. No one's tried crawling on the gates. Everybody's been really respectful of the dogs. I'm trying to be quiet. Now she's back and helping her dog. So on this last obstacle, you can help your dog. They have to enter that far side. Load as many as you want for the pinpoints. So right now she's got all of her pinpoints, and now she has to get her dog to push them back through where they just entered. And that is a nice done job.
That completes Sarah Jo Gam's run with JC Digger with a score of 210 points and a time of 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Next up, we have Jan Wagner with Zenny. On deck, we have Jeff Meyers with Tate. And in the hole, we have John Hullman with Moon.
Jan Wagner, if you see her in this weekend or any time, give her a thank you as well. She also does a lot of stuff behind the scenes for this trial, so we want to give a thank you to her as well for everything that she does. So the three cows are going to come out. She gave the okay, and here they come. Once again, the weather started warming up, so they're feeling good. So she didn't have to send the dog too far to do its first job. Its first job was just to block it from going into that far corner, and that dog did exactly what it was supposed to do. So nice job on that dog. This is Jan's second dog. She's running today. I also know that she is going to be running in the nursery as well. So she'll be running a third dog in the nursery. Right now this is going really smooth. I always hate to say that because I don't want to jinx them. That cow tried taking a fast turn and it slipped and fell. The dog did not touch the cow. The cow got a little excited and lost its footing. A nice little trot. Took the wrong direction and pushed the cows out of the line for the next obstacle. 8-minute course for this open round. And like I said before, everybody's been doing it in about 4 minutes or less. That's been an average so far, is 4 minutes or less, or around that way. Now this is where it gets really hard for the dog, because you want the dog to go through the obstacle to stop the cows from going down there, but it's kind of hard sometimes for the dog to register. Do I go under? Do I go all the way around? So sometimes we're giving the dogs commands and they just can't figure out how to get around that panel. She got the dog past that obstacle, and now she's going to restart it. He just missed. He did get him stopped, but he just missed it. Now he's going to try to go around again. Did stop him from coming down to this end, just hopefully he doesn't overflank. The handler is starting to read her dog. I know you guys can't hear her, but she's starting to read her dog and understanding this dog is just flanking a little, just going past a little too much, having the cows turn. So she just keeps walking this dog down and lying it down and stopping the dog so that it doesn't get in front of the cow, so it's not turning. Now they walk right through that weave. Oh, we got one cow that just came right through it, so. Now the handler's gonna help as much as she can. She can go anywhere she wants on this now and help her dog with this last obstacle. And these cows, hopefully I'm not gonna jinx anybody, but these cows have been wanting to go. I mean, once they see a hole, they're going into it. So if you can keep your cows nice and calm right here, they have been just wanting to walk in. Now Jan's got a tough spot right here because she still wants to help her dog down there, get him in there, but she can't leave this hole open up here. So, and since she's got to be kind of in two spots at once, she's got to block this plus watch this front hole here. So she's got to do two jobs, and her dog's got to watch that far side plus push the cows in. So right now, everybody was doing two jobs, and it worked out. Everybody stayed calm. No one got excited, and we got them in. Now we just have to turn them and get them right back out. And that's done.
That completes Jan Wagner and Zenny's run with a time of 4 minutes and 34 seconds and a score of 210 points. Moving on, we have Jeff Meyers with Tate, and on deck we have John Hullman with Moon.
Jeff, this is Jeff's second dog. He had a run earlier. It's in his dog, and once again, he's just trying to block that side so the cows they're wanting to come to this side of arena, We just got to block them so they don't go to that corner and come on opposite. And right now, that dog did exactly what Jeff asked and exactly what needed to be done to get through this first obstacle. I've also noticed that the warmer it gets, the cows are getting a little more frisky, and so are the dogs. So this warm weather, this nice bright sun has gotten everybody just on the go. Now, Jeff also, if you notice, Jeff doesn't let his dog get too close to the cows on this because he knows that his dog can get into some cattle and get them split. So Jeff's letting his dog walk up, and then he's lying his dog down. He knows that this dog is very, very powerful and very, very strong, so he doesn't want this dog to get in and make a mess. So it's nice of the handler to recognize that. And right through this obstacle, very nice, very, very nice. Jeff's going to go help, stop everybody. And tells his dog, you just don't move. He just said that to the dog. You just stay there, don't move. And this, once again, is where you just want to keep everything calm. Because sometimes you only have one shot to get them into this. Sometimes if you just make too big of a flank or the cow gets through, sometimes it just gets them worked up and they just won't stop and see that hole. So that's just what happened right now. So Jeff is just going to take another step. He's going to go help his cattle or help his dog get those cows and see that hole. Very, very nice. That's nice. Now Jeff's got to block this. That's it. And now he's got his pinpoints, and now he's just got to turn his cows and get them back out the other way. And that is a perfect run. It was very nice to watch.
That completes Jeff Meyers' run with Tate with a time of 2 minutes and 21 seconds and a total score of 210 points. Moving on, we will have John Hullman with Moon, and after the conclusion of the open show, we will have a 20-minute break before the nursery.
All right, this is the last run in the open class. This is John. This is his second dog. And then in the nursery, we have 13 dogs, and that should start in about 12:30. All right. Very nice block on that. The handler and the dog both got in the right position where they needed to be to stop these cattle from going the wrong direction. And telling this dog just to steady. Just want to keep him even a nice walk. If you can just keep him in a nice walk on this course, they seem to be finishing in a very fast pace. So if you can just keep him in a nice walk, keep everybody moving. All right. right direction, was in the right direction for the third obstacle. And these cows just want to bunch up. They keep bunching up and stopping, and then they turn around and go the wrong direction. And sometimes it's hard to get one cow to do what you want all by itself. So some handlers will go over and grab the other 2 cows and bring them over just to help this one cow. But right now it's nice that this cow's up in this corner because then the handler can help. So it makes it a lot nicer. So you didn't have to go over and get those 2. If it was in a different corner where the handler couldn't step in and help, they would just go and have the dog go get those 2 cows so this one cow isn't trying to move by itself. He got everybody back together. He got them moving in the right direction. Sometimes just those little hiccups, we call them, I guess that's the best way to put it. Sometimes they can mess up a run completely, but you just stay calm. Everybody work together. You get back on path, and you can still have a very good run, just like now. He's got plenty of time. Him and his dog have worked really nice together. He just pushed his dog off just so that the cows have less pressure. The cows will just slowly walk in. They don't feel like they... There he goes. He got his pinpoints, and now he just has to get him pushed in the other direction. Very nice run. All right, we're going to wait about 20 minutes, and then we're going to start the nursery. Open class went very nice. Congratulations to all the open
That
handlers.
concludes John Hullman's run with Moon with a score of 210 points and with a time of 3 minutes and 44 seconds. This has now concluded our stock dog trials, but we will return in 20 minutes for the nursery trials. We will have the nursery's handler meeting at 12:30. We will be beginning the nursery cattle dog trials in roughly 10 minutes, starting with Bob Wagner and SPAC. Promptly after that will be Katherine Hadley with GE Roach. After that will be Keith Gillian with Ollie. Once again, in 10 minutes.
Welcome back to the nursery.
All right, we are about to begin with Bob Wagner and his dog Spack.
If you're joining us for the first time, as this goes on, I will explain the course. If you are back and you watch the open, the course is going to be the same as the open course. The only difference is if the handlers decide to go with their dog to help them out, because the dogs are younger, and just give their dogs a little more confidence, help them out, the points will go to half a point. So each cow is worth 10 points. The cow, if you help your dog, the cows, each cow will only be worth 5 points. So Bob called for his cattle. They came running. They did come to this corner. They just did not enter in the right spot. So Bob's got to start over. So he's got to push him past this line, get his dog to turn them and go back across this line. So you have to enter this box this direction, and then you have to exit out on the other side. So there are 3 obstacles that are built just like this one. The second obstacle is this alleyway, so they go in between the black tarp and the panels, and they have exited that obstacle. These dogs are the younger dogs, so some of these handlers you have seen back, so they may have ran 2 or 3 times in the open. And this is the first time for this dog here. So Bob ran twice in the open, and he did run this dog in the open, and this dog did fairly well in the open class. I'm just having a hard time trying to get this one cow out of this round pen. It's an 8-minute course. There are 13 dogs in the nursery. So Bob had a question with his run. He wanted to know if the all cattle cleared that line on his second obstacle, and they had not. So only 2 cows had cleared the line. So he had to start this over and he wanted all points, so he wanted all 3 of them to cross that line. So now they have all crossed the line, so he got all 30 points with this one, with the second obstacle. Now, so if the handler and dog are struggling and the handler leaves the post to go help the dog, that is once again half points. But if the handler stays in the handler box and doesn't go, and the dog is still struggling and they got 2 through the obstacle, he can take that and go. You just need 1 cattle to go through an obstacle and you can move on. So right now this cattle really like this corner, and the dog is having a hard time getting them to the other end of the arena. At this point, Bob can help them. And he's going to try to get these cows just to walk down the fence line into that far corner. And just like that. So now we have passed the third obstacle. I'm going to keep him on the fence line so that when they enter the fourth obstacle, they entered and exit, so he got his points for that. And then he has to go into the weave. The dog did a nice job of stopping him because they saw that corner again and wanted to go, so they went as fast as they can, and this dog got a nice stop on it. This dog does have a nice heel bite. He gets in there, he takes a nice little nip at him, and then backs off. This is what you want in a dog. You don't want anything that's going to hold on, drag. He's very much respecting the cattle on that end by just giving a little bite, letting them know to hurry up that direction. And then he backs off, gives the cattle the opportunity to realize that he needs to go that way. Some of these dogs, if you've seen in the open hand, the dogs bit and then just stayed on the cows, and the cows kept getting confused, and that's when you get your cows to break up. These cows are staying together. You just can't get them to turn and travel together. There we are. That's what he needed. All right, now he wants to put him back on the fence line and get him turned, and then just to go through this alleyway. And they're not seeing the opening of the alleyway, so they keep just moving fast by it. He took his time, got the cows back facing that direction, and they did get through that obstacle. And then now we have to get them into this pen, and this is one of the most critical parts of this. You just want to go as slow as possible. You and your dog can work together on this one, so once they get to that past that last obstacle, then the handler can leave his handler box and help the dog. The judge will tell you that you are clear, which means you got your pinpoints, and now you can get your cattle out of here for the last 30 points. That was a very nice run. We had some problems with the cattle wanting to come back to this corner, but Bob got the dog gathered up, got everything pointed the right direction.
That concludes Bob Wagner and Spax Rung with a time of 8 minutes and a total of 210 points.
No, he didn't get the exhaust. He's 180. They weren't out.
I apologize, a score of 180. Moving on, we will have Katherine Hadley with G.E. Roach, and after her, we will have Keith Gillian with Ollie.
Our next dog is coming up. This handler did not run in the open, so this is her first run of the day. Now she's going to stand in the far corner where most of the handlers walked up to the barrel. Every handler has their different spot that they like to stay in, be comfortable at. That's all. One of the main things is just stay comfortable. This is not the time to try new things. So the dog stopped the cows from heading off to the far corner, got them turned exactly where they need to be. And keep in mind also that these dogs are younger dogs, so that is why they made the rule that if your dog just needs the extra help, go with your dog. Let's make this as comfortable for the dog. Let the dog learn off of this. And that's sometimes what you need on young dogs. You just don't want them to get in there, get into a bad spot, panic, make mistakes, get uncomfortable. You want them to stay comfortable. And in a big atmosphere like this, their little nerves are up. Sometimes they just need that extra confidence, and the handlers can leave the post and go give them that extra confidence that they need. But this dog looks like it's handling itself very well. Just nice and calm. She keeps walking the dog up, lying it down. She has to bring the cattle back through this obstacle because it went around the obstacle, so that she has to bring the cattle back through this obstacle. Once they clear the line, which they cleared the line now she's going to bring her dog over here and turn him, and then she called the dog back to her, broke the concentration of the dog. Going to try to start it over. You had to do it again. Just get this young dog's mind broke. They're starting over. They want to go down to this alleyway, and I'm not sure if you guys can see on the live stream or not. There is a yellow caution tape just as the cows walked by that. There's a yellow caution tape. They have to make it past that yellow caution tape to get their full points. They're headed in the right direction to the next box, so they enter this way. And they want to turn and exit, and that is the third obstacle. Now the fourth obstacle is exactly the same, just they enter on this side and exit on that side. And unfortunately, the dog overflanked and got in front of the cows and turned them around. So she's going to have to start this obstacle over again, which she is doing. Everybody had to clear out of that box to restart. There we are. Now she's just got to get him down the alleyway. And they just missed it. So we've got two cows are going to down the alleyway. Now the handler can take this and leave, but the dog got that cow to turn around, and if that cow can get into the alleyway, now we made it all the way through, so we got that one cow turned and down, and that cow that was coming out didn't go all the way out. So right there, he wasn't considered dirty, so he did a very nice job by getting turned. She got the cattle in. The cattle walked in very, very nicely. So that means she's keeping everything calm. She doesn't want anybody to go too fast. She wants to take control of the situation with a young dog like she did. And now she's going to get the cattle to exit out. And that was time. That was a nice run for a young dog.
That completes Katherine Hadley and G.E. Roach's run with a time of 4 minutes and 54 seconds and a score of 210 points. Moving on, we have Keith Gillian with Ollie. On deck, we have Alicia Gonzalez with Malik. And in the hole, we have Ethan Staley with Toby.
She did a very nice dog, and she did a very nice job. Sorry, she did a very nice job, and she is letting that dog know that she did a nice job. She's even petting it and letting it know it did a really good job. So, good first run for the weekend. Now our other handler, he has ran before. I'm going to check to see if he ran twice in the open, but not with this dog. So this is the first time for this dog and the third time for him. The cattle come out walking really nice. That's what you want to see. Walking out, staying together. The dog had a great outrun. The handler's going to step back, invite the cows into the little box. That was a nice job of the handler. First and second obstacle, everybody just did it nice and smooth. The handler stopped and helped the dog where he could in his little corner. Once again, the handler cannot step out of the box. If he decides to step out of the box and go help his dog, each cattle are worth half points. So right now he's staying in his box. Each cow is worth 10 points, but if he were to step out and help his dog, then the cow points turn into 5. That was very nice. And sometimes it's really nice to be able to hear how the handler and the dog communicate. Sometimes it is with the whistles and sometimes it is with the voice. But it's really impressive when you get to hear them. Either way, if they do it with the voice or the whistle, it's very impressive and the communication that they have with their dogs and the understanding that they have with their dogs. Right now, this handler is knowing his dog, adjusting to the dog and the cattle, understanding where the dog might be a little too strong. And this cow is not there. Now the handler did a wonderful job right there, stopping the cow from coming. So now the dog has to do is just walk the cows in. The handler's going to block this opening here because we want to enter that far side and exit the far side. And that was a very nice run. That is how this is supposed to go. Very, very nice run. And the handler thinks that was a good job.
That completes Keith Gillian's run with Ollie for a time of 2 minutes and 34 seconds and a score of 210 points. Moving on, we now have Alicia Gonzalez with Malik. On deck, we have Ethan Staley with Toby. And in the hole, we have Sarah Jogam with Carrie. May we have Ethan Staley and his dog Toby please come to the front.
All right, we're going to move on to Ethan and Toby. So Ethan set his dog off to the far corner, and he is going to stand in the center of his box. So he cannot step out of his box if he chooses to go help his dog, which is allowed. The downfall is the cattle will be worth half of the points. So he is going to stand in the center and have his dog off to the side. He's been watching a lot of these runs, so he knows that the dogs are going to want to go off into that other far corner. So he got his dog set up to push them away from there. He's going to walk them up the fence line, it looks like. Which he's doing a very nice job with that. And this dog has a lot of power, so you can tell that this dog has a lot of presence, a lot of power. So once he gets close to those cows, this handler knows that it can maybe be a mess. So he keeps getting his dog to walk up and lie down until he can learn the balance of where he needs to be and where the cattle need to be. But he's doing a very good job of listening to his handlers. He's doing his handler. He's doing a very good job of staying off out of the cattle. And if you really watch this dog, he really wants to get in there and he really wants to make his handler happy. Very keyed in at this point. So the first two obstacles, very nice. Very, very nice. And then the dog got where he needed to be. He's not near the cattle, but he did block those cows from wanting to come down to this corner again. So the handler put that dog exactly where it needed to be to stop those cows, but keep the flow going. So now the handler gets to go and help, but once again, that dog had a lot of presence on those cows. So those cows were just focused on getting to this corner because that dog was back in there. So we're going to start this last obstacle. Once again, this obstacle is still worth 4 points because once he was through that weave, the handler can leave his post and help his dog and still get all of the points. So they're going to start back up in the corner again. This dog is taking a very, very nice outrun, staying off the cattle so he doesn't spook them. He's getting, and now he's just going to slowly walk up in there. Don't spook anybody up. The handler's going to do his part by just walking up. Now the handler has to get back and stop them from going out of this hole. There we are. Now the judge is going to tell him that they are clear, and then he's going to have the dog turn the cows back and go out that. And that was, once again, another nice run for a young dog. Very nice.
That completes Ethan Staley's run with Toby with a time of 3 minutes and 31 seconds and 200 points. Moving on, we have Sarah Jo Gam in with Carrie. On deck, we have Leonard Morrow with Lyle. And in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Mosley.
All right, this is Sarah's 4th run of the day. She had 3 runs in open, and this dog did run in the open class as well. And if I remember correctly, this dog did a nice run in the open. So you can run these dogs in nursery as long as they fall within the age group, and you can run them in open. So these dogs can definitely be run in both classes. So. I want to say that this dog did finish in the top 10 in the open. I think is what I just heard, that they placed in the top 10 in the open. So that was a good run. Let's see how we can do with this one. So far, a nice start. If I remember correctly, this is one of the dogs one of her dogs that were really excited about being out here and running. And we want to be on the left side of this barrel. On the east side of the barrel, they want the cattle to enter. And I apologize if I get my east and west mixed up. I believe that was the east. Very nice. Nice walk. She's moving this dog in the spot where she could block the dog from wanting to come back over to this corner. So she's putting the dog right where it needs to be, and that dog is listening to everything. So now the handler can leave the post to go help in this last obstacle. And this obstacle is actually worth, there's 2 different stages to this obstacle. So the first one is getting them in here, holding them. The judge will say that you're clear. So that's the first of the obstacle. And then the second one is getting this out. Very, very nice run. Can't remember what the score was before this dog did, but I think it beat its last score.
That completes Sarah Jo Gam's run with Carrie with a time of 2 minutes and 41 seconds and a total score for 210 points. We will now have Leonard Morrow with Lyle. After that, we have Bob Wagner with Mosley. And after that, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Quinn.
And I do apologize, that dog did not just miss the top 10 in the open, but it did beat its score. So a lot of improvement on that dog. Very nice to watch it run. And Sarah too, she handles her dogs very nicely.
That last time I did, I absolutely froze. That wasn't even wrong. It wasn't even wrong.
All right, here's another group that ran in the open. So these two run in the open before. And let me see. They had a nice run, just a little over 5 minutes in the open. And sends his dog. Doesn't have to send his dog around. These dogs want to come over to this corner. That dog just blocked him so that they'll stay on this side of the barrel. So they want to stay on this side of the barrel. This little guy in the front knows where he's headed to. He wants to be in this corner. Puts his dog in the right spot, just right behind the cow, so they know that you're doing a nice job moving. Got him headed in the right way. It's kind of hard for the dog right now. He's not really sure which group he wants to go with. He wants to follow the one that was by itself or the two that were kind of going off. So that's really hard for a dog because he was following that one calf, and then he kept looking over like, I should be going over there, but I'm not sure. So he did a nice job by doing what the handler asked him to do and just stay focused on the one cow. And then the handler realized that one cow was just going to go, so he sent his dog to get the other one. So came out of the third obstacle with no problem, going on to the fourth one. And if he can keep them on the fence line and turn them at that corner and take the other fence line, they will hit that weave and go through with it no problem. He's putting his dog right where he needs to be. Pulled the dog up just a little bit so the cows knew to stay on that fence line, but he didn't want to rush anything, so he just laid his dog down. Sometimes that's best. Once they start entering the obstacle, sometimes getting your dog just to lie down or stand there, be ready for anything, but just do not move. We don't want the cows to rush through something and blow through the next obstacle. So the handler, he's doing his part by doing that side. And between the teamwork on that one, they got him in. And the judge just told him that they were clear, so now he can send his dog back in and send him out. That was a very, very nice run. We'll see if he beats his last run in the open class.
That completes Leonard Morrow's row with Lyle with a time of 2 minutes and 52 seconds and a total score of 210 points. We will now have Bob Wagner with Mosley. On deck, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Quinn, and in the hole, we have Savannah Wyrick with Tooley.
Once again, I finally got the scores from the open class, and he did not run that dog in the open. He was on, and he ended up scratching that dog from the open, so that was the dog's first time running today. Handler had 2 other runs in the open, but that was the dog's first time running today and did a very, very nice job. And Bob Wagner is up, and Bob, if you see him the weekend or any other time this year, please give him a big thank you. He is one of 4 that helped put this on for us. And they do all 4 of them, and the volunteers do a nice job getting everything together, making this happen for us. So if you're down here at the stock show, make sure that you thank anybody that has a volunteer vest on. I'm going to stop real quick. So Bob got one cow to come through. We're going to see, nope, he isn't going to take that one cow and move on. He's going to start completely over. So he pushed all the cows out of the box, and he's going to start over. So while he's getting him, the dog and the cattle to regroup and settle down, I'm going to go back to thanking all of the volunteers throughout this next 2 weeks. Well, it's longer than that because they volunteer to help set up, they volunteer during the stock show, and they volunteer tearing down. So if you see anybody with a volunteer vest or a badge, please thank them. Let them know we appreciate them. This never happens without the silent volunteers. Bob went ahead and regrouped everything, got him through the obstacle. Now moving on to the second one, not a problem with this one. He gets him through, gets his dog to, this dog likes to just run up next to him pretty fast. A lot of presence on the dog, so the cows get a little nervous when this dog gets close to him because they're not sure what's going on. So Bob's been trying to keep him off. So just like now, he's trying to keep him off, get everybody regrouped, just like he did with the first obstacle. And then everybody that does the live feed through all of the stock show, a big thank you to them. Some of these guys have got to sit out in the freezing cold and do all their fancy computer work and their cameras. They do a nice job of it. So if you see them, they do take hand warmer, feet warmers, and they also take anything that's warm. Now, if they're inside the building, just go and ask them what their preference of drink is, because they'll take it. Also the same thing with all the volunteers. Oh, Bob just missed that one cow. So now that one cow went out and went back in. So now everybody has to exit the obstacle and go back in. So he's going to let everybody once again regroup everybody, and the judge is trying to let him know that he did not get that obstacle because that cow went out and came back in, and he made it dirty. So he didn't get that obstacle. Also, if you see the volunteers, hand warmers if they're outside, something hot inside, find out what they like to drink and get them something as well. Water is always nice too. Just get them a bottle of water and hand it to them. They would truly appreciate that. All right, so Bob's having some difficulty right now, so he's going to get the dog to get on that side and play on that side, and then Bob's going to work the cows on this side. They've gone through once before, so hopefully they know that that's a good spot to be. Bob's got to block this. The judge lets him know that they are in. And we're going to have to see what the judge does with that weave. I'm not sure if I've seen it correctly or see how that's going to play out. So we'll see what the judge says on that.
That completes Bob Wagner's run with Mosley for a time of 4 minutes and a score of 190 points. Moving on, we will now have Dwayne Hurlman with Quinn. On deck, we'll have Savannah Ryrick with Thule, and in the hole, we'll have Sarah Jo Gam with Jesson's Fly.
So yes, on that weave, they did not give him the points because that cow did go back in and come back out. So he did not get the points for that. So this gentleman here, he ran earlier, and I want to believe both of his dogs that he ran earlier did make it into the top 3. I'm going to look at the score real quick of the Open, but I believe both of his dogs were in the top 3 of the Open. I'm not sure if this dog did run in the Open. I'm going to check that as well. Yes, so that this dog did run in the Open, and this dog and this handler are a great team. They made it through the first and second obstacle with a breeze. So yes, this dog did make it in the top 3. I want to say, by just glancing at it, that this dog took first in the Open. This is a fast dog, so this handler has to be quick on the decisions that they get, the commands they give this dog, because this dog is fast. And everybody is just trotting through. Everybody looks like they are, I don't want to jinx them, so I'm not going to finish that sentence, but it looks like everybody knows where they need to be. So the handler didn't have to stand or block the area. He just had to block this hole so that no one would come through. And the dog's really just not sure what to do. He didn't know how to get around that panel, but he knew not to move. So he did a very nice job. A little jumping jacks from the handler to get him through, but sometimes that's what it takes. Very nice run.
That completes Dwayne Hurlman's run with Quinn for a time of 1 minute and 47 seconds with a total full score of 210 points. Moving on, we will now have Savannah Wyrick with Thule. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gam with Justin's Fly, and in the hole, Jan Wagner with Ollie.
The audio. Okay, now go.
So with her run, she's going to get all new cattle. Sorry if you guys didn't hear me before. I'm just going to repeat it all. So she waited for her cows to come. 2 cows came out and 1 cow went back down the alleyway. So what they are going to do is turn these out and get another set of her. At the same time, that's fine, but not 2 and not go down there. We're just going to start over and we're going to take a little bit of break and not going to get the new set of cattle. Everybody that helped out today around here, the camera crew here, judges, all the timers up there, anybody that has helped out thank you so much. It's been a great day.
She's still going. She's gonna go, right?
Huh?
She's still gonna go, right?
Yeah, she's still gonna go, yeah. I need to know what time we're starting tomorrow and our running order for tomorrow.
I don't know the order, but they were supposed to have a meeting this morning at 7:30. They moved it back to 8:30, so I'm guessing the meeting's gonna be at 7:30 again.
Perfect. Okay. Bob! Can you yell at him?
Bob!
What time are we starting tomorrow?
We're going to start late tomorrow, too, like we did today, 8:30.
8:30. Okay.
Make that announcement
I'll make the announcement.
multiple times.
And what are open?
Open and then intermediate.
Perfect. All right, I just got the news that we're going to start at 8:30 tomorrow. We're going to do open and intermediate. So I do apologize. It's open and intermediate starting at 8:30 tomorrow. So handlers meeting will be at 8:30 and we will be running by 9. And then got all the cows out at once. We're looking good now, so now she's just got to came in on the wrong side of the box. So she's going to bring it back out. And then start this obstacle. She can help her dog as long as she stays within this box. Once we get out of this, she chooses to go help her dog in any other obstacle except for the last one. She takes half the points for that. So right now, she's sitting good. Every the cattle is worth 10 points. Each cow is worth 10 points. So they light it up. She got 30 points. We got the first obstacle. Everything is looking nice. Now that it happened, everybody regroups and get going. She does have to go back through the segment, but it did not finish that obstacle.
Yeah, probably.
She got one across, so she's now it's up to her to decide if she wants to just take that one and move on, or does she want to keep trying. So when you see that lady standing over there, that right there is where the flag is. So you go from the barrel to that lady. You have to go across there. Right? So as the cows are walking, you have to go down this alleyway. And then you have to turn and go across that imaginary line. Now that lady's standing to the barrel. That's the imaginary line. So now all of them have crossed the line. So now she gets the points for all of them. Before the dog kept turning around and I know she's already got her points, so she's got her points for her first obstacle and her second obstacle. So she just needs to know which stage she's in. So keep in mind we are going to start tomorrow with the owners meeting. We're going to start our first time at 9 o'clock like we did this morning. It will be the open class and mini intermediate class. In this tomorrow. Everything is open, so make sure you take the time to go through all the exhibits.
Lie down! Come on. Right here. Oh, here. That'll do. Come on. Hey! Walk up right here. Ollie, come by. Lie down. Come by. Lie down.
Putting this event on, so if you're here this weekend or anytime this week, please give her a big thing so she is behind the scenes helping out.
Lie down. Walk up. Here, Ollie. Away. Ollie! Away. Away.
So in the open you couldn't do this, but at any time with the nursery class,
Hey!
this one in particular, not all of them, but this one in particular, this one normally you don't have the dog. And having had the opportunity to do that because all the action has been happening right up here on the pod, so she hasn't had the opportunity to not much help. And anytime she needs to, she can step outside her box and go walk the dog. It will be though, if she steps outside this box, it will be half box. But sometimes it's better just to take the half box and have the dog out and let the dog suffer. This is a young dog. He's not a first time right now. So progress helping her is better sometimes. Now the dog's doing good and the dog doesn't need her help right now. So everything's just
Lie down.
working out.
Walk. Lie down. Away.
Stopped in time. Because I do have to go and
That will now conclude Jan Wagner's run with Ole for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 90 points. We are moving on to Becky Combmes with Ada.
Tomorrow, please join us. We are going to be starting Hannah's meeting at 8:30. We'll do our first run tomorrow at around 9 o'clock, so be here for that. We're going to run the open and then the intermediate tomorrow starting at 8:30. The weather is supposed to be a little bit nicer, not in the morning, wait for the sun to come all the way up, and then it's going to be nice again. Thank all the volunteers. Anybody you see that is helping out, please thank them. Down the people that have put this on and done a nice job. It's a lot of hard work. Our last run for the nursery and for the day is Becky. Becky ran 2 other dogs in the open. Did a very nice job with the other 2 dogs. And got around 4 minutes. To make sure everything is okay, and then she gives the wave. Last set of cows of the day are not wanting to come out. There we are. Now we have a leader. All right, they come out running. They are coming towards this corner, but keep in mind we have to get them in between us and that barrel. So right in front of us is where we want them to come through. Just like that. Just like that. Ready to go. You can probably in this split. I'm going to put too much pressure on to get everybody worked out. You're walking up to them, letting the dog do most of the work. Just got to put some of these complete. Now we're working on the second one. Everybody is through the first and second.
I'm there. I'm good.
She had to ask the judge, am I good? Because you can't, sometimes it's hard for the handler to see where everybody's at, and you get watching the first cattle and you don't really get to see the last cattle go through. So you can talk to the judge. You can ask them your time, and you can ask, am I clear? So the judge will respond to those. The judge will not offer it up to you. But if you ask, the judge will tell you. The judge is Candy Packer. She has been doing this for several years now. She is just great with it. She's bears the weather, the freezing cold. So if you see her, please thank her too as well. We just ask that you don't talk to her when she's up there because she does have to stay focused with everything. So, but if you see her running around this weekend, please thank her as well. Or if you see her some other time. It does take a lot to sit up there all day and watch these. And the cows did not enter this box correctly. So Becky's got to pull them out of the box in the corner and get them to enter the right direction. So they're all walking out of the box very nicely. So now Becky needs to get them turned around and head down the rest of the so. Not stepping out of the box, but she is assisting, so she still continues to get her 4 points as long as she stays within that box. Very nice, the judges are very respectful. Got in there. And back off. And we're entering this box correctly. And there's that these young dogs have been trying to keep them on the fence line to go down this next time. They do want to cut in between these two barrels and get out, but Becky's trying to make sure that doesn't happen, and she's doing a very nice job getting her dog to keep her on the fence line. So. There we are. Now we just have this. We entered, and all of them have exited. So we got 4 points on that. Now we're going down the alleyway. And if you've been watching this from the beginning, the cattle have really enjoyed this alleyway. You just get them pointed that direction, and they like it. So sometimes that's one of the harder obstacles, but these cows do not mind it at all. So now Becky can lead and help her dog with the last 2 obstacles. So first you have to get your cattle pinned. In on that far end. The judge will tell you when you are clear. And everybody has in and you can get them out. So everybody's in. She's got to get over here and do her job. And they're in, and the judge says that they're clear. So now she just has to get them out, and the time will stop. Very nice, Becky. Tomorrow, please join us. Open and intermediate starting at 8:30. Thank you for everybody that made today possible. Thank you so much.
Finishing off with Becky. 210 points in a time of 4 minutes and 43 seconds. For all handlers, tomorrow's for the open trials. There will be a handler meeting tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. We look forward to seeing you there. That was the last run. Thank you all for coming and watching. Hope to see you tomorrow.